What?
Did you get a film of Queen?
Oh, yeah, I could hear it.
Somebody's calling me from Nigeria, and it says potential spam.
You know what? Okay. Yeah, from Nigeria, it potentially is.
And I'm not going to answer it.
Nor would I.
Stupid shit people today.
Well, that was Icons calling, and he always calls right before I'm going to go live. And I told him, I said, look, man, I got a live show to do in about like so many minutes. I'll call you later, dude. Okay, man. Anyway, man, we was kind of having it, man, because Secretary of State sent my fucking affidavit back, okay? No answers to it. Now, I told him, I said, in 21 days, she is in default thereof. He's like, yeah. I says, well, can I not go down to the post? Do what?
Did you have to sign for it?
No.
Okay, then you never received it.
What do you mean?
You see what I mean?
No.
You never got it. They can't prove that you got it. You can't prove that you didn't.
Okay.
I know how to play that game. If they didn't put it certified, they're fucked.
Well, the point that I'm making is that because in 21 days, without a written fucking response, they're in default and they owe that money. He's like, you're absolutely right. He goes, in fact, I wouldn't even go to the recorder's office. I'd just go to the courthouse and say I'm filing suit against the Secretary of State and the state of Indiana for an amount of $140,000 and let them deal with it. And I'm like, okay, there it is. It's on my agenda to do. And with that money, do you know what I'll buy? Silver.
No.
Silver.
You would.
No, I'll buy silver with it. I could demand it in silver, like I want that in silver rounds, but no, I wouldn't go that direction because my God, I'd be sitting on enough silver rounds. I'd need a bank to throw it in. Now people would be showing up at my door going, yeah, I heard you had $140,000 of silver. Is this true? Because my gun says that belongs to me, pal. Me alone.
Yeah. And it'll be your neighbor taking all of your shit to another state.
No, it won't be. I'll kill the neighbor.
No, if I were you, since they didn't send it back certified,
Yep.
just proceed as if you never received it. Take that envelope and put it under your rug.
Yeah, because they didn't send it certified. They sent it in regular letter, regular mail from the Secretary of State. It was in my mailbox. So I had to go. I got it, and I'm like, okay, this feels like it's going to be the affidavit, and it was with the same fucking response to it. And like second notice, that's it. And I'm like, well, second notice doesn't cover the affidavit. So anyway, hey man, I gotta get off of here. I'm gonna start the show in a minute, but I want to call you back beforehand.
Okay.
All right, peace.
Yep.
Oh fuck me, god damn it. Okay. Shit. I look ghostly. Kind of crazy. Bam, and just like that, there I am. Oh, except for my hat. The hat looks pretty good, doesn't it? Come on. There we go. There's sound. I just wasn't speaking. No. Can you not hear me? Okay. All right. We are going live here momentarily. Let me gather my phonage equipment. Oh, wait. Okay. And I am already live. I'm already live. I already know that. There's 14 people here. Thanks for being here with me today. Big news on the home front. Big news. You know what? This week I'm going to start off where last week left off at with Ronald Logan. Keith Sharp, I remember you from last week, man. Thanks for being here, dude. You know, Oklahoma. I'm not giving anything further out about Keith than that. Remember? Keith's word is the law. Not well, that's fine. It's not in sync. But you know what? It's not in sync because I'm using the green screen. In fact, let me go kill the green screen and it will sync right up. So if I put none, bam, there we go. Now we're back in sync, are we not? Are we not in sync? Now let me know if I'm in sync or not. Anyways, this week what I wanted to do was I wanted to start off with Ronald Logan because that's where we left off, man. March 17th of 2017, last week. I'm sorry if there was any confusion with the title because I put Ronald Logan, but that was going to be the main topic matter of discussion tonight. I'm not doing a live interview with him, although I did reach out to see if I could after it was suggested by one of the comments if I was having him on my show live. I'm like, I don't know, maybe, you know, maybe I should reach out to Ron, man, see if he wouldn't do a quick interview. But anyway, word was to me that she was very much in doubt that he would do that because he got screwed by somebody else who secretly recorded him and then threw it online. And I'm like, you know what? I would have went to court over that shit. I would have got them, man. I would have hit them like, you know, right in the ball sack. So you don't secretly record me. I mean, look, I'm thinking this is a private conversation. Here you are secretly recording to throw it out to the world. Yeah, I'd own somebody on that. So anyhow, now on March 17th of 2017, and this is 1 month and 4 days after the Delphi murders, you know, after the murders had already happened. Inside Edition had already spoken with, I think. Yes. I believe that they had already spoken with him at that time. And, of course, he was dressed like Bridge Guy, walking down a hill, and then says down the hill to him, you know, down the hill. See, it doesn't sound like it. You know, it's like, man, Ron, don't try to make yourself look like a suspect, you know? And that's what me and Greeno wrote him when he was in prison. You know, we wrote him that. We said, look, man, we always backed your side on that. I mean, you know, it was quite clear that Bridge Guy was not a 70-some-year-old man, you know, so we knew it was not you. But, you know, we was telling other people that, hey, look, man, why are you on this guy's ass, man? He's an old guy that likes to drink. For the love of God, man, leave him be, you know? So, anywho, I wanted to pick up there because now Indiana State Police raided, so to speak, and searched his house, took his white truck in, and really they made it look big, real big. Now, the underlying behind that search was this, okay? He had lied to them. Not about not being home. That wasn't the lie. The lie was where he was at. When he spoke of where he was at during the time he was gone. He wasn't where he told law enforcement that he was at. When he answered to Inside Edition that, well, I was in Lafayette and I was buying tropical fish. Well, they went to Ronald Logan and they're like, yeah, have a seat, because that's not what you told us at all. So then it came out. Now he was arrested. Okay, and I want to point this out, that he was arrested, but then released because it was a violation of his probation. Well, the first time you go before a court on a probation violation, they're normally just going to reinstate your probation. That's the way it works the first time too. Well, yeah, we'll just reinstate it the way it was, and life will go on. Now, as soon as he got released on that, though, he did take a trip driving from his house to the dump, which is right up the street from him. And people online, and I can't help people online. I just can't. I don't know how to help them, but they're like, but he went to the dump the day of the murders. No, he didn't. That was way after the fact, man. Where do you idiots get information from? I mean, do you just guess it? I mean, do you just throw darts and where it lands, that's where I'm going to stand? It wasn't the day of the murders, man. It was like a month later that he drove to the dump. Second time around, not supposed to be driving, wasn't even supposed to be driving, and drove to the dump after already violating his probation. Knowing that law enforcement is watching him, drove to the dump, and they nailed him. And that second time through, he had to go to prison. So he went to prison, and he did all but 1 month. He went back for a, God, I can never remember that word. But anyway, that's what he went to court for, and they let him off 30 days. 30 days because he had to get home, take care of his animals. His son couldn't do it anymore. Woo-whoop-dee-woo-woo-woo. I'm an old man, please, So they let him out 1 month early, and he got back to his house and picked up where he left off. And I was very happy for him. I think that he was a victim of circumstance, and he said that when he was in court. He told the judge, he says, well, you know what? The next time somebody comes through here and kills somebody, maybe they won't leave them in my backyard. And I and Greeno were like, I can't believe he just said that. But he was very upset, man. He was very upset about going to prison in his 70s. He didn't feel that he had that coming. And I didn't either. I didn't think that he had went out. He didn't hurt anybody. He wasn't attempting to hurt anybody. And to send him away like that, man, I thought that was quite dishonorable. It just wasn't something that I would have done. Anyway, so that's where I picked this week up, is with him. Now, when his house was raided that second time through and he was thrown into jail, we're looking at his mugshots and we're like, well, he does look guilty, but we all do in a mugshot. Which reminds me of something, actually. There was some troll, and don't want to throw the name out there, but they put some information up on a board online, man. It was called I forget, something board, where they put on there that I had a sexual offense. And I got a hold of them, and I'm like, you know what? I said, I am owner of that name with copyright. Right here is the copyright. If you want to go look at it, you will remove this page, man, like immediately. And let me know the person that threw that up there. They removed it immediately. And anyway, it's just one of those things. You know what? When you own your name, you can work with people because they come around on that. Either A, you remove that, or B, I'm going to lean your, against the owners of your website. However you like that. Only since 6. I had the green screen up here where it said starting at 6. I was expecting Alaska Blue. I was expecting a lot of people to be here. Alaska may be upset. She sent me a web link, and I told her, I'm like, don't send me web links to people's channel. I don't give a crap what they say. Ignorance follows ignorance follows ignorance. There it is. So if anybody came to tell me about something that somebody said about me, I don't care. I don't. I could give an entire piss less. So please save it. I'm not going to make any video about them like a debunk like normal idiots do. That ain't who I am. Let idiots be idiots. And let me get on about my life. Speaking about Delphi. And I hope that everybody came here to hear what I had to say tonight, which is about Ronald Logan mainly. So anyhow, me and Greeno were sitting here. We're looking at the mugshot. Now, they had moved Ronald Logan from Carroll County to an adjoining county. It wasn't White. It was actually south of us, and I should know the name of that county. It's not Tippecanoe. It's the other one right there. But anyway, they moved him down there for his own safety. I repeat, the reason why, Carroll County holds 36 men, And it's always overpopulated. It's always well over 40 people in there. You can't go in there without there having to be room on the floor for you. You know, you have to camp on the damn jail floor, which is really bad and icky. And I'm like, you don't know what's been on that floor. You have no idea. And if you did, you wouldn't be down there. Ain't no way. So anyways, they moved him for his own safety. And believe me, having been in that jail a few different times and knowing how it works at night when you're trying to sleep and people are yelling back and forth from cell to cell all night long, you know, like you're not laying there trying to sleep, that shit gets really annoying. In fact, if I was Ronald Logan, I would have said, you get me out of here where I can fucking sleep or something, or I'll own your asses. Which probably wasn't the reason. They just probably said, yeah, we're going to move you. I mean, we realize you can't sleep with everybody screaming they're going to kill you one day. So they ended up moving him down there. Are we on a government shutdown? We shouldn't be. I didn't hear anybody say anything about government shutdown. I heard Trump talking about getting the economy started again by Easter. But our economy today, man, it had the highest jump in the markets ever. I think it was like 2,112 points, green. This is a great day, man. Had you bought in today, you would have made big money, huge money, like big, huge money. So today, with Ronald Logan, and man, I wanted to go back because I really wanted to take a piece of that Inside Edition video and slow it down a notch, man, where you could kind of catch that. Because Ronald Logan's out there, and it was like they just played into everything that that Inside Edition was doing. Could you dress like this? Could you walk down a hill? Will you say down the hill? Will you answer where you were at that time? We want to get all this on videotape. And they did everything that they could to make him look like a suspect. And, again, me and Greeno, when we wrote him, that was the whole of it. It was like, man, geez, Ron, we're totally on your side. But when you step out there to make yourself look like the suspect, what are you looking for? Just never go along with like the media, man. The media is there for one thing, to make money. To make you look bad. You know how the media makes money? By making people look bad and making this person look good at the same time. That's how they make money. That's their whole job purpose. It's never to inform you of any real truth. You know what, man? If you watch Inside Edition, be like, coming up in just a minute, we're going to tell you, and it's all like, oh, man, I can't wait until you realize that little cut that they made, that was the whole what they was going to tell you to begin with. It was nothing more than that. Now, you never watch your shows and pull anything away from it, man. It's the setup to what it is they're going to get at that they're selling. And after you watch it, and then you say, well, what do I know now that I didn't do beforehand? Probably not much. It's just like the HLN podcast. Man, I went and listened to that, and I'm like, man, I've given out way more gobs of information than this. I mean, way more. Like everything that's out there on this case came from me. Me and Greeno off the go. That was it. I can't point to another channel that put anything out exclusively about this case that we did not fully open up entirely. You would think, you would believe that I would have all the subscribers out there. But again, man, you know what? People do not see it in a real reality, man. They see things the way it's painted for them to be. Man, if I was a Picasso, man, I'd have millions of subscribers. Had I went the route of like tabloid, fuck, man, you know what? I'd be making bazillions in YouTube money. Bazillions. Because I'd have subscribers from everywhere. I wouldn't even answer you guys. I wouldn't talk to you. I wouldn't even have a phone handy. Ain't no way. I'd be making that big, huge money just by spinning lies like the media does. Selling this, man, making these people look bad and these people look great. That's where I'd be making my money. I mean, right sitting here right now, man, I only a couple of words. It's like this. Most people are ignorant. Most people I couldn't talk to in a day. I don't even leave my house to go talk to people. I mean, I'm not lonely. I mean, I enjoy time by myself, man. I'm good company. I highly recommend me as company. I am damn good company. Ask Wolf, man. He'll tell you. So Ronald Logan, and man, what is the name of the where you go back to get time cut off the time you're doing? Okay, I got 24 people here and nobody's chatting. Did the chat die? I have no moderators. I have nobody here. You know what? Did people not get the message that this show started at 6 p.m. Eastern time? All right. Well, I'll just ramble. Here you go. I'm just talking, man. I don't even know if anybody's out there, honestly. So we wrote to him, and you know what? I have that letter somewhere. Let me see if I can pull it up here. On Logan. No, more than that. Modification hearing. That's what it was right there. You know what? Do I have that in video? Because that'd be cool as shit if I do. Okay, man. Apparently I do.
Coming up right now, Ronald Logan returns.
You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and show this here to you all. Take heed. This is the video that we made when he went back to court. And this is us being there. Hope y'all can see that.
Carroll County. His attorney, Andrew Aki, has filed a motion for modification. Will the judge modify Ron Logan? Find out right now on WKAT with Anthony Greeno.
Do you have anything to say, Mr. Logan?
New updated information in the case of Ron Logan. Logan owns the property where the bodies of 14-year-old Liberty German and 13-year-old Abigail Williams were found. Logan has never been linked to the crime. Back in March, authorities executed a search warrant at his property. They took away a white Ford pickup truck during the execution. Logan is a habitual traffic offender and violated his probation for multiple DUIs. His attorney, Andrew Aki, has recently filed a motion for modification. Today, Logan faced Judge Curtis Fouts of the Carroll County Superior Court and requested that he be released on probation. Judge Fouts denied that request and gave Logan in-home detention for the remainder of his sentence. Ron Logan has recently been released from the Carroll County Sheriff's Department and the Indiana Department of Corrections. His sentence will be followed by 1-year parole. I attempted to make contact with Mr. Logan and asked him if he had anything to say about the Delphi case or Daniel Nations. Ryan Logan is the son of Ron Logan. He made testimony in court today and stated that he felt that his father had had enough. Ryan Logan has taken care of his father's property since his incarceration. In April, Mr. Logan's property was burglarized. Ryan Logan has had to liquidate several of Mr. Logan's animals, such as 4 horses, several goats. But there are still animals remaining on the property. Ron Logan said that he needed to be released from prison in order to maintain his 40 acres. Ryan Logan has been in the property of the white Ford pickup truck and now owns that truck. It should be duly noted that Ron Logan is not a suspect in the Delphi double homicide case. He is a victim of circumstance. And today, Mr. Logan goes home. I'm Anthony Greeno. Keep it Southern style, y'all.
That was the modification hearing that Ronald Logan attended. Now, we went to 2 separate ones. We went to the one where he pled guilty firstly, and Anthony is here. Anthony who? Because that was a very old video, if you're speaking in terms of that. No, that was done a few years ago, actually. Pretty close, too. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Daniel. So anyway, in the first one, I mean, Ronald Logan was upset, but look, man, he was a victim of circumstance. It was the fact that, hey, man, look, yeah, there was a horrible crime, and yeah, that person did that on my property here, but it's for that reason that I'm being watched, and none other. I mean, like, I didn't lie that I wasn't home. It's quite clear to see I was not home at the time when this occurred. So, hey, Randy, how you doing? So it did come down to that. They hit him with the violation, and then they hit him with the violation of his probation. They had to give him that time, and then they remanded him for like 30 days early so that he could get home. He was there. He had the ankle bracelet on, couldn't really leave his home, or at least so far from his premises. And, it was very sad that he had to deal with that. And, anyway, my heart went out to Ron. And I wish that he didn't have to deal with that. Damn it. Hang on a second. So, let me see. After Ronald Logan, not much happened for a long time, for quite a long time. Now, it started heating up after Ronald Logan because once he was made, and I don't even want to say in the media, but then again, man, if I withdraw like Inside Edition out of it, something would be wrong with me. Because I think they specifically went out there to make him look, regardless of the reality, to make Ronald Logan look like a person of interest, when in fact he was not a person of interest. But, it's the subtleties of the way that they ask things. Well, could you say down the hill? Huh? Could you say that for him? And they wanted him to look like a person of interest. Yeah, well, you know what? It actually started 2 hours early, Terry. I just went ahead and threw it up on the green screen. That way, people would see it was 6 p.m. Eastern time that I start on Tuesdays, But the normal people are not here. Raise your hand if you'd like to moderate. If you'd like to moderate, man, you know what? Right now it's time to step up. Step up to the bat. And more than that, I mean, I hope everybody is staying, away from the secret scare, the invisible scare. That is the virus. That is, what the hell? Why won't, hang on. Let me look at this real quick. Yeah, I want that. The camera, the audio, there, I guess. No banned guests. Man, everything's in good order. You know what? If I could, I would. But the only thing it's allowing me to do is put user in timeout or block user, unless I go to YouTube. Hang on, give me a minute. Keep your comments up right there. Please keep your comments up. Yeah. But once I get there, then I can make somebody a moderator. I don't know why it ain't letting me on there. It's kind of bullshit. It did the same thing the other night on Greeno's channel. Just one moment, everybody. I'll be done in just a brief here. And not only that, but I'm sharing this out right now to the world, okay? So that everybody else can see it. You know, this is something I should have did like a long years ever ago now, but you never really think about that. I'm too focused on giving you guys what you need. That's who I am. That's who the king of Uganda really, really is. He's a man that gives a shit. Oh man, yeah, but no, that's who the king of Uganda really, really. There we go. Yeah, see, I look better. I do look. I don't want to be that dude. Okay, you are moderator, Randy. As are you, Tim's vlog. Yes, I am. Oh, man. Look at you, Daniel. Right on. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, guys. Country folk will survive. Well, yeah, we will, because the people in the big cities will die rather immediately. When there's a riot, everybody will be shot down. And they'll be like, no, help me. I loved Chicago. Like, yeah, I never did. I wouldn't step foot in that nasty ass city, man. It's nothing but crap. But it's meant to be that way. But if you grow up in crap, then hey, crap's home, man. You know, it's how it works. One second here, everybody. I wasn't going to be on for a real long time tonight. I just wanted to make this video speaking, you know, on the following days after the 17th of March, 2017. So after Ronald Logan was kind of pushed in and pushed out and, you know, went to jail and was sent to prison and even got out again, after March 17th, it was like the case went nowhere. I mean, nothing was really coming out that was new. We was guessing at what it is that they had, because there was no way to, hey, Jimmy, hey, how you doing, man? Yeah, no problem at all, man. It was good speaking with you. You know, we was kind of guessing at that time what it is that they had, just based off of what we knew. And it was rather vague as to what we knew. I mean, we could see the guy that they was calling suspect from the photos. Sue, right on. Man, I'm glad you're here. Now, up front, you know, right off the go, I was thinking, okay, the guy may have camped there. There was a reason why he had all those clothes on. You know, it was a nice day. Now, other people, and I do say other people, I ain't handing names out around here, but they're like, well, it was still a cold day. Yeah, for February 13th, maybe. But at the same time, it was a pretty beautiful day for February the 13th. Wasn't a freaking blizzard. Yeah, I'm not answering that shit. You know, Mr. Charles, yeah, I don't want to even talk on that. In fact, even bringing his name up to me is a little controversial, because the guy didn't do anything. And it's really on nobody to be handing out his personal information. You know, he doesn't live alone. I'm positive he's got rifles and handguns and other shit to kill people with. So don't go around his house trying to be a dick. Or, I mean, not you. And I'm not saying you would do that, Charles, but I'm just pointing out, like, if you live out there and you're one of those idiots from Carroll County and you go over to his house, just be leery. The guy's a little pissed off. You don't take kindly to people showing up and shit. No, I did. I was talking about him, but I don't want to. I don't know Ronald Logan. Okay. And I'm not saying all this because I'm like a friend of his or anything. What I'm doing is I'm just pointing to the facts that were like brought out publicly, and nothing beyond that. So anyway, after Ronald Logan, you know, then it came down to the fact, because I had already did the interview with Sheriff Lesenby. In fact, I will play that right here. Let me go get that interview real quick, like. Pictures. Here it is. Maybe this is mine. I'm hoping that it is. Yeah, it is.
Michael Stroop, Stroop.
Hang on a second. Let me get back there and put this up for you guys. All right. Now, this is the interview I did with him, so keep that in mind. This was right off the bat, okay? Remember that.
Okay, give me just a second, okay?
All right.
Still Blasonby.
Yes, this is Michael Stroop. I was calling about the interview.
Yes, Mr. Stroop, how are you, sir?
I'm doing fine. Hope you're doing well.
Good. Oh, yeah, hang it in there.
Okay. Okay, the DNA evidence that was at the crime scene. Was there DNA?
I can't confirm or deny either way, Mike. That's one of those parts that's still part of the evidence process. I really can't speak to that. I know, and I think I may know, maybe not. There was some confusion, I know, when I went live with Fox 59 there a couple of weeks back. There was a line of questions that was presented to me, all basically in the same sentence, and I know they included the word DNA. And what reply I was wanting to offer actually was that in evidence, excuse me, in essence, all evidence, we had asked the lab to actually fast track or expedite that process so we could get results back, and that was the purpose of my statement. For what it's worth, I have since received a in-person apology from an executive director, or producer, I should say, from the station in regard to that, because they went back and reviewed their video and audio and discovered that I did not actually discuss DNA. They were the ones that initially prompted that, and I did not respond specifically. So I was addressing in regard to all physical evidence. All crime scenes have some form, whether it be minute all the way up to larger items, have physical evidence. And so to say that there's no evidence would not be a correct statement. So there is evidence. It's just our focus now is trying to get those lab results back.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because it's been like 3 weeks, and I was kind of curious if there was DNA because it seemed like that would have been back by now.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah. The thing is, we're kind of we're at the liberty of the labs involved. That's obviously we have no in-house lab of our own, and so we can't exactly call the shots, so to say, that we want this back by Tuesday. That's not the way it works, and so we're on their timeline as far as that's concerned.
Okay. Now, if she had taken video, was there further video and audio than what we've been given?
Again, I really can't speak to that because that's still something being evaluated with the investigation. There is, there was video, but I think you can understand this, that obviously we feel that whoever is responsible for this, they could very well be watching themselves. And so it's kind of like, to a certain degree, whether we want to put it this way, but it's kind of like a game of poker. You don't want to reveal your hand. So.
Okay. Now, in what way is the FBI helping with this case?
Several avenues, and I guess I'll speak to that. From a federal agency standpoint, their resources are, far more than what we have at the local level. So we have them on board mainly from the aspect of manpower and assisting us in going out and following up on the tips and leads that still pour in. And then also from I guess I'll say a forensics standpoint as well. So, or the maybe CSI aspect. So practically anything the Bureau can offer, they've offered, and maybe not every aspect or every resource, but a good portion of what they have to offer, they've offered to us, and we've accepted, obviously.
Yeah, that's why I figured that the DNA could be back rather quick if it was working through theirs. I figured that would have taken a lot less than 3 weeks.
Yeah, I follow what you're saying there. Again, it's just, all aspects of the evidence that we anticipated, but it's also, I guess, I'll also resort back to, we're going to end up, I feel confident we're going to end up in a court of law one of these days with this situation, and for us to put too much of a rush on this, and like I've been saying, we're double crossing the T's and double dotting the I's, because you may or may not be aware of in a court of law, if there's just one little spark of doubt that's planted in a court of law, we lose the case, and we don't want that.
Okay, now on the crime scene, I don't know whether you can speak on that or not, but is there evidence that there could have been more than one suspect?
In relation to the crime scene itself, again, I can't really speak to that in general over the whole situation, in that we don't specifically know whether or not how many we may be involved with. That's why you keep hearing us say either individual or individuals. As far as the evidence is concerned, and I really can't speak to anything in relation to that, but we're still, because we don't know at this stage, we're using the plural and saying individuals as well, because we believe we lean toward the single individual that's pictured, but it is quite possible there may have been more than one individual involved. So that's still an avenue we're pursuing.
Yeah, if I was looking at a crime scene, it seems that it would have been like one person and there would have been another person in tow. Where you could have seen that there would have been more than one person. That's why I was asking on that.
Yeah.
Now, do you think that he is from this locality?
Another good question, Mike. Initially that's where we, obviously with most investigations, if, the local focal point is not gaining us anything, that's why the search is expanded, because at this stage nothing's really turning up that I'm aware of at the local level. So that's why it's expanded, in essence, nationwide, and so that's why we reach out to people nationwide at this stage to provide us with information. So again, I really can't speak to, obviously, once we have someone in custody, we'll know, but at this stage it's a guess.
Yeah, it happened like 2 miles up the street from my father's house, and when I seen it on Fox News, I was like, wow, that's really crazy. And I figured that an arrest would have been within a couple days. I mean, that off the top, because I figured it was a local guy, local area. He knew the place.
Right.
He wouldn't have just traveled to that little spot. So I figured with the picture, I might have known the guy, but I'd never seen him.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. That was the same obvious concept or thought process we had as well, because, as I've shared with other outlets, that we've had our share of even double homicides, but they were elderly folks back in the 90s, and it turned out to be, unfortunately, grandchildren involved in their deaths. And so, we were able to cap those pretty quick. But this one's just, it's got a whole twist to it that even I, as a 30-year veteran, had never seen.
Well, that's about all the questions that I had. I just wanted to clear up, what
Sure.
was going on and what evidence,
Right.
like you did have on DNA and such.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Pardon me.
Go ahead, sir.
No, I was clearing my throat. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's pretty much it. I thank you for your time, and God bless the families that are involved in this and the community. And I very much thank you for having this interview with me.
Not a problem, sir. Have a good afternoon, Mike.
Shit. That is the interview. There you go. So, that right there was done right off the bat. It really was. And I think that was like 3 weeks into the investigation after the bodies were found. So that actually predated the time that Ronald Logan was even brought into this. But, we certainly felt that there was going to be DNA there at the crime scene. And that was something else that I pointed to, that if you have an older man that just goes out, for whatever reason, and again, like murder can take any reason, but a man never just wakes up one day and says, hey, I'm just going to go out and kill a couple of people. That's it. No, I'm just going to go do that. Unless they're straight insane or something, that thought never really arbors their mind. They're not really throwing that about. So I felt that there was underlying reasons for it. And, one, I thought, okay, he may have camped. He had all those clothes on. 2, he likely had a handgun, because you've got to put whoever it is that you're abducting under duress, where they're not going to run. They're not going to scream. They're going to do as you say, and with a handgun, you make it pretty, blatant that, hey, do as I say, you'll be okay. But if you don't, you'll die. Now, that's where that stemmed from. And that's why I always believed that the suspect had a handgun with him. Now, if he had left DNA and off the bat, and again, I don't really want to touch upon this because it brings the crime aspect into it, and I try to leave that be. But at the same time, why would an older man abduct 2 young girls, just take them across the creek to kill them? Well, chances are he wouldn't just abduct 2 girls to kill them, because why would he even take them across the creek? If he abducted them just to kill them, he took them under the bridge. There it would have been. And he could have walked right on out of there, in a quicker time than what he did. But he took them down and then had them cross the creek with him to the other side, to be clear, of any eyesight from the trail or the bridge, any earshot from any place nearby. He had them over there where it was him and the girls, by themselves. So that brought up to me that, hey, there could have been extenuating circumstances here. And that's why I felt that there would likely be DNA at the crime scene. For whatever reason, there would be a source of DNA, be it something that he grabbed. It could have been body fluids. It could have been any number of things. But look, man, when you got the FBI doing CSI, they're going to get everything. Everything. So I felt that they had DNA. Now, when it came to my attention that they had DNA, was from law enforcement. However, it was because a local investigator who was from Howard County, not Carroll County, but he was working the Carroll County case, came to my house. Now, at the same time, the same day, they went to Greeno's house in Lafayette. That's where he was staying then. And questioned us about the Delphi murders. Now, I'm touching back upon this again, because I called my parents' house, well, my dad's house, the day before, and I spoke to my stepmom. And she told me that a Howard County investigator had called out there and wanted to talk to me. And I'm like, for what? She goes, he said it was about your aunt. I'm like, I only got one aunt that lives in Howard County, man. And she's like in her 80s and in a wheelchair. I'm positive she's not out breaking the law. That's what he said. He said it was about your aunt. Like, all right, man. Yeah, whatever, man. It's probably somebody pulling a prank. That was my thought. And next morning, before I got out of bed, it was very early. You know, there's a pounding at my door, man. I'm like waking up and like had to throw my pants on and crap. So I go walking around the house to the front door, man, with this look on my face, thinking it was the pool guy. You know, the county pool guy that comes around to collect money because you got a pool. You know, that guy, the guys that I don't like, the people that are about revenue and shit and collecting it off of you for some made up foolish ass reason. That's who I thought it was. I didn't cuss this guy out. I done send him out of here, man, with the scolding of like, yeah, well, when you come back, don't ask for me. I don't own this place. You need to get a hold of the landlord. Who's the landlord? Be fucked if I know. Why are you asking me? I just live here, dude. Anyway, I thought it was the pool guy. And, you know, so I made a remark, one that I quickly took back, and I did. But I said, like, what the F do you need? Why are you pounding on my door for? I was up. I didn't have any caffeine in me, man. Just understand. I mean, I was a little upset. But when the guy turned toward me, you know, and I seen the badge down here because he wasn't dressed like a cop, nor was he in a cop car. He was very much investigator. You know, and I quickly apologized. When I seen who he was, I'm like, oh, all right, man, I'm sorry. You know what? I thought you was somebody else. I swear that to you. Haven't had no caffeine. Anyway, he just, yeah, all right, it's all good. You know. So he said, I'm so-and-so with Howard County investigation. And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, what do you need to know about my aunt for? He's like, your aunt? I said, yeah, man. I said, I called out to my parents' house this day, and they said that you had called and wanted to talk to me about my aunt. He's like, well, this ain't about your aunt. It's about the Delphi murders. And I'm like what? You know, like what? And he goes, well, I had a few questions for you, if you don't mind. I'm like, hey, please. Where was you that day? Here? You got anybody that'll say that you was here? Yeah, everybody that's here. Like everybody. Well, your dad lives out. Yeah, man, my dad lives down the road from there a piece. I wasn't out at his house. I wasn't even in the area. I didn't even know the place. I said, besides that, look at me. Look at me. See me standing there with my long hair? See my blue eyes? I'm not that dude. Hang on a minute. Yo.
Hey, Michael.
Hey.
It's Sterling.
Oh, shit. Hello?
Please enter a number.
Oh, man. Crap. Hey. Whoever had just called, please. There we go. Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. I was just asking for you to call back. How you doing?
Oh, yeah, I can call back.
No. I thought you hung up.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah, I just paused the video because I didn't know if it was going to glitch. Anyway, and I think I'm a couple minutes behind on what you're talking about, but good to see you online. Anyway, here's my question. This is like frustrating me, and I know it's been brought up before, but what I don't understand is why the heck won't they use some of the DNA over at Parabon Nanolabs so that
Peace,
we can
Benny.
get one of those
It's nice knowing you, pal.
computer pictures? Like, is there some reason that can't happen?
What is it again?
Oh, did you hear me?
No, I'm sorry. I had my attention elsewhere for a moment. Please repeat the question.
What I'm curious about is, if they have DNA, why don't they just go to Parabon Nanolabs, use it so that we can get an actual computerized picture of Bridge Guy, what he looks like? Like, why wouldn't they do that? Why all this back and forth over the sketches and and CC Moore, didn't she offer to help? Like, why don't they get a woman on board?
She did offer to help, and she actually offered to help on one of my videos on my old channel, because
remember that.
We reached out to her and asked her if she was asked by law enforcement to help with this case, if she would, and her reply was that, yes, I've known about the Delphi case since it happened, and if I was asked by law enforcement, I would be very happy to lend a hand.
And if they have DNA, you know, I'd be happy to look into that and help them find the person. So
Right.
now, what's weird about that, and in answer to your question, as soon as we made that, we contacted Sheriff Lesenby, all right? And we told him, look, you know, reach out to CC Moore and, you know, see if she, and I mean, the same way they got John D. Miller. And believe me,
Right.
man, when they got John D. Miller, that was huge news. That was 30 years that family had to wait. And when she got him, we reached out to Sheriff Lesme, and he says, well, it is rather new, and I know of it, probably what you guys know of it. But you know what? He was like, send me her contact information if you know what it is. So we sent him the same information that we, hang on a minute. Somebody's calling. Could you hold a second?
Sure.
Hello? Hello?
Michael.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, man, back to you. Apparently they wasn't talking. All right. So anyways, where was I on that? Yes, right. So after we had reached Sheriff Lesenby, you know, about contacting her, and it was in the next day's paper. And I want to point this out because there was definitely something that Sheriff Lesenby wasn't saying to us, like they had already reached out to her at that time. Because the following day in the Logan Sport paper, and I should have went and got that, really, man, so I could have displayed that article to you. But they said that Carroll County investigators were going to use the same technology as what got John D. Miller. Okay.
I didn't know that they actually said they were going to do that.
Yes. And it's right there in the article. They said, we are going to use the same technology as what got John D. Miller. And I'm like, okay, that's CC Moore and the DNA detectives. That's what got him. Okay. So I'm like, so me and Greeno, man, we damn near have a party about this because it's like, okay, she got to work on that in May of 2017. That guy was arrested in July of 2017. That's less than 2 months from the time she began to the time she narrowed it down to him and his brother, to the time that they had to go get DNA out of their trash, things that would have their DNA on them. And then they had to take that DNA because John D. Miller had never got arrested. They had to transfer that to the genome package to where that they could put that up and then make a comparison to the DNA that they had, found out that it was an identical link, and then went to his house. 60 days is what it took them total time. So I said, okay, well, his last name is Miller. It's like every other person's last name is Miller. I mean, that would have to be hard to manually break down, you know, once you get it to a family tree. I said, but our suspect, you know, would have a different name. Unless it's Smith, this should be a whole lot easier to carry through with than what Miller was. You with me? So we're both like really happy about this, man. We're delighted. We feel that it's going to be within 2 months, man. We're going to know who this guy is. But it didn't ever come out. It never came out. It never did. Now,
that's a $64 million question for
whoa,
me. Why?
Hang on, because I'm fixing to explain why. Now, what's your name again?
This is Sterling Gypsy.
Oh, Sterling. Okay, man. Hey, man, it's good to talk at you.
Yeah, you too.
So, well, the reason it didn't come out was for this reason. And now 2 months later, and I don't think that CC Moore had started work on that. In fact, I think she was busy doing other ones, you know, but she was going to do that. But now this is in 2018. Yeah. Well, how? You know what? That had to have been 2019. No, it was 2018.
No, I think you're right. It was 2018.
2018. Sure. Yeah. No. Yeah, it was 2018 because 2 months later in July or September of 2018, this is 2 months later. And that's what I was speaking about in that video. Within 2 months, they'll know who did this. 2 months later, after the time that video was released,
And I'm not saying the guy was watching our videos, but I'm just thinking he was looking at the time she started to the time she got him. And he already knew it was going to be about 2 months before law enforcement was knocking at his door, you know,
Right.
wanting to talk to him. So he goes out. I'm talking about Thomas Bruce. He sexually assaults a 77-year-old lady right there in the city he lives in. Okay. The month after that, in October of 2018, what happened? He got caught, man. He was driving erratic, acting insane, driving a vehicle, was highly intoxicated on alcohol, was pulled over by a state trooper. Well, actually, he'd gotten in an accident because he slammed his brakes on so the guy behind him would hit him, you know, to make it that guy's fault. He's intoxicated. He's yelling at the cop. If you never seen the pullover, you got to watch that. And then question, why they didn't arrest him on the spot.
Yeah.
You know, because he should have been. And had he have gotten, if he had gotten taken into jail, they would have had him right then. They wouldn't even have had the Catholic supply store sexual assault and homicide to deal with. So now he let him go. And what happened the following month? Catholic supply store, sexual assault and homicide, first degree murder. Now, all of that happened because he broke down mentally because he knew that they was going to be at his door. He knew that any day they'd be at his door, man. And it wasn't just for Delphi. You also bring in Mary Pryor and Pates because in both of those, they had DNA and fingerprints. He was living in Flint, Michigan, right there in Genesee County, Michigan. And these are little spots in the road, no bigger than Delphi, Indiana. I mean, Montrose, Lennon, little dots in the road where this occurred at, man, right there in Genesee County when he's living in Genesee County. And again, it was no different than what I think Delphi is. They have DNA. I firmly believe that they have fingerprints in Delphi because this guy already knew that his weren't in a match, that they couldn't match him through the legal database. So he felt very covered by that. And he didn't mind leaving fingerprints. You know, and people look at that and they're like, you're mad. He would never leave. He wore gloves, you idiot. Like, was you there? You wasn't? Then shut up, man. You know, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And I'd be the first one to tell people.
You see his hands in his pockets.
Yeah, man, his hands are in his pockets. Are they gloved? No, but he had them in his pocket to pull out and put on.
Well,
no, I don't think he did.
We don't know.
Well, I mean, he may have, he may not have. But the point is like a law enforcement officer can't look at me and say, it's like the man had never committed a crime. Well, are you saying that because he ain't got a DNA match in the system? Well, I can't speak on that. And maybe he has committed a crime, but we can find no traces of him. Well, there's only one thing that a law enforcement officer can say that on, and that's fingerprints. If you have no fingerprints in the database, you've never been arrested, period. That's the only way that you can say a person has committed no crime is that first time you take their fingerprints and you run it, it's going to come back like negative, you know, because you have never been arrested before, you know, but
Do you know how much DNA is needed in order to complete the Parabon, nanolabs?
Well, I could say one DNA.
I mean, you know what? I mean, I don't know how you're going to measure DNA, but I'm just saying, I don't think it takes a whole lot, does it?
No. In fact, I mean, like I said, if you had one molecule of DNA, you could multiply that. I mean, you could take one DNA and turn it into 1 million DNAs that are identical to it.
Okay.
So if you have one, you have all you need. But the thing is when they find, like, you know, if you find DNA, it's not just going to be one little DNA because you'd be looking with like an electron microscope just to find that. But, you know, so normally where they find it at, they will find other DNA that follows in the same pattern as that one. But once they have that DNA, you know, then they can multiply it. They can refine it. And that's what they use because once that they can look at that and break that down, even sometimes they can look at like segments of the DNA. Like, well, we're looking at a male. We're looking at a male that's, you know, where they can kind of look at the traits. That's how that they can use your DNA to actually map out like what you're basically going to look like. You know, like you was talking about.
That they can do that.
But I don't think that they ever got to it, because otherwise, I mean, you're looking at 2 months, 3 months, 4 months after the time they started, or after the time that they said that they was going to use the same technology. Catholic supply store, sexual assault and homicide, just that quick. 4 months after. Now, I believe that happened because the guy knew. I mean, he knew that they was going to come knocking, just like they did at John D. Miller's house, identically. And, you know, when they did, what was he going to do? You know, he wanted to go out, I think, on his own way. And yeah. I think that that's why he went and committed the Catholic supply store sexual assault and homicide, because he was waiting for him to show up, man. He had handguns. Look, man, I can go get a list of the handguns that he had. Give me a quick second, if you don't mind right there, Sterling.
Sure.
Just one quick moment. Let me scroll down to here. And weapons right here. Now, this is in January of 2017, so that everybody knows. Damn it. But this is the handguns that he had at that time, and this is right before the murders. He had an AR-15 Bushmaster rifle, a Glock 43 handgun. That's supposed to say Sig Sauer, not 6 hour handgun,
right.
And a 22 caliber handgun. So we know that he had those, and that was on the 1st of January 2017. That was right at 1 month before the Delphi murders. He was not working at that time. That gave him all day to go do as he wanted to. And I believe that en route to his brother's house that lives in Fort Wayne and his family's house, who lives in Montrose, Michigan, he had stopped taking the Hoosier Heartland route. He had stopped at Monon High Bridge Trail many times. He knew it was a small little trail. It wasn't highly trafficked any. So he could go there and await opportunity. And that's what he did. He drove there that day and he waited. He was there for 3 hours before he left. Now, he wasn't hiking that whole time, because only one person seen him, and that's when he was kind of hidden on the south side. Yeah. She was walking her dogs. Now, more than one person saw him, but the second person saw him when he was leaving, when he was walking the 501 back to his car real quick. That other person walked by him. Now, of everybody that's seen him, the 2 people, and I do believe it was 2 people. If there was anybody aside of that, I am in the unknown. But I can tell you right now, if they were somebody else, man, I would probably know who else had seen him. I never heard of anybody else, but I can't quote, and don't take this as a quote, that only 2 people seen him, but I do know that 2 people did. Now, of those 2, only one of them spoke with him, and that was the lady walking her dogs. Her dogs come upon him. And, you know, they spoke for a couple minutes, and I think law enforcement had my back on that. Well, I say had my back. Actually, I got it from them, because they're the ones that stated that, well, she, and then he stopped when he said she, realizing that he had said she, and he's like, I'm speaking of a person that, like, got to speak with him for a minute, you know, the person rather than she. And that was the slip up right there that let us know that one of the people was a woman.
Do you think she's the one that gave the description to the new sketch?
No, I don't think anybody gave the description for the new sketch, because I don't believe the release of the second sketch. I knew who it was then. I knew exactly who it was then when they had that briefing. And I knew that they hadn't been down there and talked to him. I knew that there was no way that they could go down and talk to him. Look, he's in a St. Louis jail.
You know, you brought up the Susan Collins case, and it's shocking to me that they don't want to retest the DNA. They don't want to test the DNA evidence that they have on that. after that man's been put to death.
Well, yeah. However, I mean, by law, and you got to understand this. I mean, because I believe, and believe me, I am no, I'm not a lawyer with today's United States slave law. I wash my hands of that crap. But I do know, because of Daniel Nations, that they can't go down and just talk to a guy who's down there for first-degree murder, because that man is being represented by a lawyer, okay? Now, when they go down there, like, say, Carroll County or Indiana State Police went down there to talk to him, and they travel down to St. Louis, and they get there, and they say, yeah, we're here to talk to Thomas Bruce.
Well, I'm talking about them testing the DNA that they found on the Susan Collins murder to see if they really have the right guy that they executed.
Yes, I'm getting I'm getting right to that. It was in the topic that I was discussing. So they couldn't go down and just talk to him, okay? Now, and they would be stopped by his lawyer, and they would say, hey, you cannot come in here and talk to my guy. He's under my representation. You're from another state. It's another crime. You got to wait till this case is complete. Now, the same thing happened with Daniel Nations. They sent Indiana investigators out to Colorado to talk to him. And when they got back, they said, well, we can either include nor exclude him as a suspect at this time. And we're like, okay, we knew that before you left, dude. You ain't saying anything. Well, then Daniel Nation says, well, my public defender stopped him at the door, and without my consent, without even asking me. I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to give him my DNA. I wanted to be clear to this. So I knew that they couldn't. I talked to Kim Riley on the telephone, and he says, well, if you're looking for a reason why we can't go talk to him, there you go, because he's down there on that crime. And I
get what you're saying, and I guess I temporarily forgot that. I guess I was thinking, couldn't they at least test the DNA to come up with a yes or no? It actually wasn't the man that they executed, even if they weren't able to get DNA from Thomas Bruce.
Correct. And again, I'm getting right to that. Okay, so now they got Thomas Bruce down there. Now, the one thing that they can't do right now, and I'm talking outside of a little bit of what it is that you're getting to, but what they can't do, now they got his DNA. They have that. His fingerprints, they got that. They have all that stuff right there in hand. But now when you're looking at Smedley Alley, he's the one that was executed for Susan Collins' brutal rape and murder. Now, with that in mind, here comes Barry Shuck. And he's like, well, Thomas Bruce was at that base at the time. And this kind of has his measure of, MO on it. This is what this guy does here. So then it became kind of, and I told people at that time, I didn't think that they would come out and say, yeah, we're going to go test this, because they can't. The judge has to look at it like this. We executed a man for that. And that's what's standing as what happened. The man confessed, we executed. Now, to go outside of that to make somebody else look like they did it is basically telling us we don't know what we're doing, firstly. Two, and let's just say, because I'm looking at this through the judge's eyes, what if his DNA matches? Man, we're going to have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars, and look, I can tell you right now, we ain't wanting to do that either.
So to the family? So
we're going to, that plus. I mean, to the family, sure. But then, you also get like the kickback on wrongful arrest, wrongful execution. It goes the full nine. I mean, they would lose a lot of money on that. Now, if they had to retry this guy, and I don't even know that they can. Okay, let's say it came back and it was Thomas Bruce's DNA right there, right? Well, could they try him after they already executed somebody for it? I mean, do you see where I'm at?
Yeah, well, it's not a double jeopardy thing because, it's different, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, if you executed a man for committing the murder, why are you telling me I did it? They would have to pay that money out, firstly. before ever going in there and trying to pick him up on those charges. But that does hold some promise because they are a death penalty state. And being a death penalty state, they would seek death on that. Or would they?
That was
Or would
Tennessee,
they?
right?
Did what?
That was Tennessee, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But now you're asking about the second sketch and why couldn't they use the DNA to get a picture of the guy's face? They could. They could. And I made the comparison between the new sketch and what Thomas Bruce looked like when he was that age. Because they're shooting it at 18 to 40. And I'm like, look, if the lady sat there or stood there and spoke to the guy for a minute or two and she don't know whether he was 18 or 40, yeah, something's wrong with that. Because the guy actually at that time was 52.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think that it was something that they could have done. However, basically by November the 22nd of 2018, they knew who did it. They knew exactly who did it. I mean, they got a hold of Carroll County. They said, look, we got a guy that was dressed like Bridge Guy when committing these murders. Hang on a minute. Somebody's calling. For the love of God, if I'm talking to somebody, leave the goddamn phone alone. Hello?
Michael.
Yeah?
Hey, I see you on TV right now. It's Jimmy Juice.
Okay, hey, I'm talking to somebody else right now.
I'll stand by.
Okay, yeah, just hang tight. Okay, back to you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I know you were talking.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, they could have did all that, but the thing is they already knew by November 22nd who had did it. I mean, they got the call. They said, hey, man, we got a guy that looks like your guy, or was dressed like Bridge Guy identically. He looks like your sketch. And thirdly, this guy had never committed a crime before, had never been arrested. Now, I believe that the reason for that is because his fingerprints, that first time being arrested, came back immediately as the Delphi Unknowns because they were already in that database and they was looking for a match. You see where I'm at? Well, when that match came up, that's what put Delphi right there, man. They're like, oh, shit. We got this guy.
Law enforcement that shone the light on St. Louis. They were the ones that shone the light there in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, totally. I hear you. Please carry on. Did you have anything more to say on that?
Me?
Yes. Well, it sounded like you stopped mid-sentence.
Oh, no. I was just saying, they're the one that brought up the whole Thomas Bruce and the similarity between Delphi.
Absolutely.
This is ones that made us all start looking there.
Well, I started looking and never stopped. I mean, because when I started going through the criteria, I'm like, okay, this guy matches. This guy matches. This guy was free to do. This guy had handguns. This guy, everything that fell into place when looking at the criteria, all of it was true for him. Now, I'd never seen anybody else that matched like that. I mean, hell, even Daniel Nations didn't match like that because we didn't have any idea how he could have got up here and out.
I think you make a very good point. I mean, I think, we'll see how it turns out. But I mean, if anyone has done their work and has really presented a case, I feel that it's you.
No, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do. So, listen, I'm going to have to go. I'm getting ready to have a coughing attack here in a second.
Okay. Well, you have a good day, and it was nice talking to you, Sterling Gypsy.
Yeah.
You too. Call back at another time. Later.
I will. Take care.
Right. Still there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay.
Do what you do, Mike.
Do what?
Do what you do. Finish up your conversation.
Oh, no. It's on you now.
Oh, okay.
You're live, man. You're live.
Oh, I did. Well, there's a lag in my TV.
Okay.
Hey, after the conversation last night, I just did a little bit of research.
Oh, this is Jimmy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you got to say stuff, man, because until I hear a person's voice a few times, I'm not that familiar.
Yeah. One, I just sat back and went through all your videos as much as I could. I had to go to sleep and pass out.
Oh, thanks.
Dude, I didn't know you was a 95 Bravo.
95 Bravo, yes, sir. Absolutely.
Fort McClellan, Alabama.
Fort McClellan. Yep.
Okay, well,
That's me.
so was I.
Really?
Yeah, through the reserves. Matter of fact, you think what I was? Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
Anyway, I finished up and through D12, and just do the thing is the power they will give to a freaking private. A military police private. It's going through that whole program. It's like, really? We're going to trust a private? Do you remember going through D-Bump?
The what?
Going through D-Bump down at Fort McClellan, Alabama.
What's D-Bump?
That was that classroom situation when you become the military police.
Well, yeah, you know what? I mean, I don't remember it like it was yesterday. That was in early '86, but I remember graduation. I remember getting my certificate that said you're an MP and shit.
Yeah.
I remember that. In fact, my drill sergeant, Bush, he came over and handed it to me. Didn't even let me walk up, man. He goes, yeah, here you go, man. He goes, I want to give this one to you. There you are. I said, thank you very much. You know what? I enjoyed basic training at Fort McClellan. I really, really did, man. I mean, look, man, me and Kevin Page God, man, it was 4 months of a good time, man, to me. I mean, off the go, it was a pain in the ass because all you had to do is like look sideways and you was going to be on your face for a minute doing some push-ups. But I mean, after the initial, when you get there, the rest of it was all good, man. I mean, I remember so much about that 4 months.
Right. But I guess it's like when I went to I guess that's the department, whatever it was, basic military police, whatever it was an acronym, but it's like the power that they would give to a private, first class private, whatever.
Yep.
Out there, controlling crime scenes and stuff like that. And now I've been looking back at the videos, it's like, holy crap. I think that your local police department, all of them, that they would have that wrapped up probably within a month, 2 months.
Yeah, but
and it didn't happen that way.
Well, it didn't happen like that.
Obviously not. We're working 3 years here.
Yeah, it'll be 4 years before they make the announcement.
That's what you told me last night. But
yeah.
It's like, wow, it's just like the power you give to a private. And I was a private when I went through, basic training. And
yeah, me too.
And it's like,
in fact, when I got out of basic, man, I was private first class. That was my jump there from private to private first class. There was 2 people that was in our company. I was in Alpha. And there was 2 soldiers that got bumped up to specialist.
Wow, that's a big bump.
That is. Yeah, it really, really is. But there was 2 of them that got that. And I remember the one dude, man, he was in, I think, 2nd platoon. He wasn't in ours. I was in 3rd platoon, 3rd herd. And he got the bump, and so did another person. I think it was in the same platoon as him, but they got the bump to E4, man. And that was quite an ordeal. Because they brought him up there and was speaking about it.
Drive, and it's a money drive too, right there.
Yeah.
But I'll just ask you this personal question. I think I went through in '85.
I went through an early. I graduated in May of '86. And you was in Delta?
I was Delta 12.
You know what? See, I remember Delta, man, because hell, man, we had to pull like CQ duty, and we'd pull CQ because you could order pizza, And
that's what kept me going from with drill instructor Sergeant Bell.
Man, okay, you know what? I remember Bell. For some reason, I do remember him.
Russian push-up.
Wow. Okay, yeah.
Wow, I have to go through my yearbook, but that's just crazy for one. But two is, I think when I'm looking back at it, they thought they would have this case showed up within 2, 3, 4, 5 months.
Well, now they had the FBI, and they've had the FBI there for a reason. But I think that the reason they couldn't is because the person isn't local. If the person was local, and if he was local, and I look at this in a couple different directions. If the guy was local, because those photos went out worldwide. In fact, they went around the world 3 times over, in the time that they, was looking at just the photos and the video, but they couldn't make heads or tails of it. They said, let's release this. Let's get it out to the public, and the public can tell us who it is. Now, over 60,000 phone calls have been phoned in. And there wasn't one of them that was correct. In fact, me and Greeno was 2 of those calls. I want to point that out. That's how ridiculous and stupid people are. So the simple fact is, it wasn't a local guy. Nobody local knew of this guy, had seen him or heard him before. And thirdly, he had never committed a crime or had been caught committing a crime. So with that in mind, there wasn't DNA or fingerprints in the database to be connected to. So with those things, with those options taken out of the picture, where can you look?
I tell you what, and I actually spoke to Anthony Greeno, and I said, you know what? Everybody's fucking screwed. They dropped the F-bomb. But everybody's screwed if we come across an Israel key. This dude has no rhyme, rhythm. He don't march.
Exactly. Right. Exactly.
This dude was just rolling through on a Saturday morning. Well, it was a Monday morning. But he was just rolling through and figured that out on their own.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You didn't even tell me you was military police.
It just didn't come up, but because then I was in the Marine Corps, and then it's with the dress. With this dress code. I'm sorry, I just had to get up and get something to drink. He's all bundled up, hoodied up. But the little girl walking across the bridge, when the picture was taken, she has an open sweat hood.
Yeah.
And underneath that, from looking at the pictures, I think she had like a tank top on. So she was humping. They're out there humping.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's in and out. She has to, she can zip up and get warm again. The bridge guy,
he was bundled up.
He was laying and waiting.
Yeah. And he had a lot of clothes on.
He had a jacket, a sweat hood on, maybe even 2 sweat hoods. But he wasn't dumping nothing. He was just carrying his clothes with him.
Yeah. Well, see, now again, that's why I thought that the guy may have camped there overnight, because he had all those clothes on and he had a little weight on him. You could tell. And I thought, okay, man, it was far too warm to be wearing that kind of clothes at that time of day. But if he got there at noon, I mean, you could understand that he felt that it was a little cool, and he wore those clothes. But he was just walking down to the bridge. He wasn't out there to be trekking very far,
But like you said, if he was pulled up a spot for a little bit and he would just have his back up against a tree, he was ready for it.
Yeah.
Now, he had a jacket on, 2 jackets.
Yeah, he had everything that he needed with him.
So, had the hat on, but he didn't look out of the ordinary.
And hey, I want to apologize for using the GD word when you called, man. But no, it wasn't you, and I don't know that it was you, but somebody called prior to you, and I was like, damn it, people! Like, if I'm on the phone, wait,
That might have been me. When you're on the phone, it's like it could have been. It's like I might have called.
Well, I apologize because I wasn't talking at the person specifically, but it was just in general. If I'm talking on the phone, wait till I finish, and when you hear the click, ring. Because that's when I need you to call, is when I hang that phone up, ring, man. Ring at me. All right, go ahead, man. Continue on with what you were saying there.
After that, I went into the Marine Corps, and that's how I know a little bit about some.
Well,
it's like,
what's a little odd is that my drill sergeant Bush, and he had a tattoo right here. I don't. Yeah, I'm certain he's still alive. But he was probably in his upper 30s, man, maybe even in his 40s at that time. Which would only, yeah, you know what? He'd be pretty old, but he'd still be alive.
Yes, white guy, black guy, dark green, light green.
No, he was actually a taller white guy. I think he was in Vietnam.
Okay, because my senior drill instructor was one.
Yeah, of course, somebody's calling. Don't.
And it was a new thing. They had underneath. They had the drill pads out there, and the hotels. You know, our living conditions were above us. We used to drive his Harley Davidson up there.
Oh, cool.
If you remember, I think we were stationed right out beside the bowling alley.
I remember where that was.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was. I think it was Delta 10. I think I was.
See, we was Alpha 12. No, we was Alpha 10. Alpha 10 Superstars.
Okay, because when we graduated boot camp, then we went into VMP training.
Yep,
there was a
AIT.
show right there, and basically it was just railroad ties with gravel, and that was the smoking pits.
Yep. Yeah.
And, you know,
Yeah,
that's where we
exactly.
went.
You remember the disco hut?
No, I don't.
You don't remember the gas chamber?
Oh yeah, I didn't know they called it the disco hut.
Yeah, it was called the disco hut because your ass was dancing to get the fuck out of there.
And of course, I remember renting mopeds out there.
The what?
Renting mopeds. When you got the Base Liberty or whatever it was called.
Yeah.
And we just tore the freak out of the mopeds. But guess what I'm saying is that dude was dressed for the occasion.
You know what? He was Navy. Yeah, I know, Navy. It's like, you know.
Yeah. No, it's not even that. It's,
you know, I don't even know what the Navy does aside of like, you know, do ships
but
and
the
stuff.
little girl had the sweater on, but this dude was laying and waiting, and we had a conversation last night. I didn't know that he might have camped out there, but
well, I assumed off the go that he may have, but I mean, like that. It was just like I was telling you yesterday. A lot of things have changed as more information came forth. You know, a lot of the things that I'm not a lot of, but a few of the things that I was originally on, I kind of pulled back off of because then it started becoming clear after a while he didn't camp there. You know, but again, I don't know that law enforcement didn't know that because they
like pitch a tent.
Well, I don't believe that he did. I think that he knew where the area was and showed up because it was someplace out of his state. The locals here didn't know him by face or name. You know, they couldn't identify as to who it is. If he left DNA or fingerprints at the scene, there was nothing to tie it back to him. He already knew that. He had already committed murders and left DNA and fingerprints. He knew they couldn't catch him through that. So the guy felt pretty good about showing up, committing a opportuned murder because he was laying in wait for an opportunity, and the opportunity did arise, and you know the crime was committed, and he got out of there. Now that was that. I mean, he got out of there before law enforcement was called, before the girls, in fact, were gone. I mean, noted as missing. You know, he was already gone from the scene, so there wasn't anybody that could say, you know.
So I guess we can call it what it is. We call it 1600, 4 o'clock. And I do not mean to disrespect anybody, but at 4 o'clock, it was lights out for the girls.
Well, it was 3 o'clock. It was 3 p.m. Eastern time.
So he did what he did, and he got his marching orders. This dude got here by 4 o'clock.
No, 3.
It was 3 o'clock. I just give him an hour just because.
Well, yeah, but things were starting to happen by 4 o'clock. I mean, the family was already there looking for him.
Okay.
You see where I'm at?
Maybe I shouldn't give him the luxury of that.
But you know, he was seen at 10 minutes till 3 heading toward the exit, and I did kind of a walk from where I hit the 501 trail from the crime scene back to where his vehicle was, and I used that as my guideline for how long it would have took him to leave from the time he got to the 501 to the time he reached his car and left. In that video, man, I had the exact time that I put walking time as the approximate time that he would have left.
You might have said this, and I might not pick up on it, but he's been there before?
Yeah, I believe he had been there a multitude of times, because if you go to Google and you put in St. Louis and then you put in or Fort Wayne, Indiana, that's where a brother of his lives, it's going to give you the Hoosier Heartland route that takes Highway 25 right there by Monon High Bridge Trail. I believe that being about a midway point, he probably used that as a rest area to get out of his vehicle, stretch his legs, hike. You know, it's not a big trail. In fact, I got a call today from a person who gave me the approximate size of the area as the entirety of the trail. Now, understand that it's one trail, literally, that starts at Freedom Bridge and ends at Monon High Bridge. Now, halfway down that trail, it splits off to the 505. Now, the 501 trail is 501 steps till you get to Monon High Bridge. The other one is 505 steps till you reach the water by Monon Bridge. So they're not real long trails. In fact, one continues forward, 501 splits off of that, and then goes down to the water. That's the trail. That's it. That's what you walk is on that trail. You know, if you was to go off that trail, then you start hitting a deep incline that heads down toward the water. But now the whole of it is 130 yards. If you're looking at where you would hike and where you would be at, it's far shorter than that. And like I said, he wasn't out there walking about aimlessly, looking to be seen by people. He was trying to be very stealthy in what it was he was doing so that he wouldn't be seen. The lady had walked up on him, which I had called that. I said, look, he wasn't standing there waiting for somebody to come walking up on him. She had to have happened up on him, you know, and that was with the dogs. When the dogs walked up on the guy and she was over there, then that's where she stood there and talked to him for a little while. You know, it wasn't all that long of a time, but she was the one that spoke with him. Flannel shirt guy did not speak with him. They just walked by each other. Now, the only person that could really give any information on his facial details would be that lady. That would be it. That would be the only person.
And she's under gag order.
Oh, of course. Yes, but
that was a question, not a statement.
But rightfully, you know, in fact, I mean, there wouldn't be anything. Look, if she was standing here after I got off this show, I would not ask her anything about what she saw. You know, that would be out of the line of questioning that I know that she cannot answer on, you know, and I know that where she's at, it took her a while to come forward because she knew when she seen the photos, that's the guy I seen down there that day. And he knows exactly where I live. You see where I'm at? He knows exactly the house that I live into. So she didn't even want. Yes.
Dear is a mother rapper.
Do what?
Dear's mother.
Dear's mother?
Yeah, I just don't want to drop the F-bomb. You know.
Okay.
It's in the back. Yeah. You know, like if she thinks it's like this can haunt me later on.
Yeah.
Dear's a motherfucker.
Yeah. So she really didn't even want to come forward with it, but now she had told us, and that was when we was doing WKAT. Yeah, I'm that lady. Well, is it Daniel Nations? I can't say anything. And in fact, I refuse to say anything. You know, I gave all the information that I had to law enforcement. They're dealing with that, but I can't tell you or anybody else anything. So we know that her and Flannel Shirt Guy are under that gag, that they can't speak on it. And that's very good. I mean, it's appropriate that they won't speak on it because by speaking on it, you know, then they're giving out information to the public that don't need it. And believe me, when I look at the public, I can look the public straight in the eye and say, the one thing you ignorant people don't need is the fucking truth. You don't need any more details. You get people that are on here going, well, if we had more audio of the guy, if we had more video of him, maybe we could tell something. It's like, dude, if you don't know who it is, it wouldn't matter if they showed you that guy, you know, in a full-length motion picture. You wouldn't have any idea who his name is. You don't need anything more than what they've given you. If you don't know who it is, you are not going to know who the hell it is no matter what they do. They could hand you DNA and fingerprints. You know what? You'll still be scratching your fucking head.
That's where I'm at. It's like, wow. And how did we come across this? This is that Bruce dude. I mean, really, how'd you come up with that?
Who? Them?
You. No, you.
No, I got it because St. Louis called Carroll County.
Okay, because you know what? We had this conversation.
Yeah.
And I just watch videos and I go to sleep with podcasts, you know, the earbuds in my ears at night.
Well, now.
And I'm even going to sit there and say it, and I hate to bring this up, but I thought it was a father and son, you know, because of the second picture they put out. It's like, oh, wow.
No. I entirely disagree.
Yeah, and I disagree now, too. But
Yeah.
it's like, wow, why would you put a picture out there?
Because they did. Here's why. They knew that first sketch looked like Thomas Bruce. And I have made a point of showing that. Like, if you look at that first sketch, in fact, I'm going to go pull it up right now. Hang on a minute. Because here's his mugshot right here. Hang on. I'm going to pull both of them up so that way they can be
One
seen.
with the black eye?
Yep. And this right here
How
is
did he get that
the.
black eye? Does anybody really know?
Did what?
How did he get that black eye?
When he got arrested.
We call that the takedown.
Yeah, that's from the takedown. You know what? I honestly believe that when they arrested him on the Catholic supply store murders and sexual assault. Now, this right here, and I'm showing the audience, this is the mugshot of when he was arrested, right there. Now, his head is shaved, and understand his head was shaved because he did not want to look like Bridge Guy. Law enforcement said after the fact, they would probably get their hair cut or try to change their appearance. That's what he did. That's why his head was shaved. And then everybody's like, well, he's got gray hair. I said, yeah, but on the sides, and hang on a minute, because this right here is the sketch. Now, I added the black eye. Don't take it like, you know, the sketch had a freaking black eye and shit.
No, that's right.
No, I was talking to the audience. But this is the sketch. Now, if you look at the how he looks, like the sketch, that's why.
Goatee's perfect. Goatee's perfect.
Exactly, and that's why. Now, if I go pull up the second sketch, which I believe was totally a generic sketch, because right now I'll tell you that this sketch right here, nobody's seen him without a hat on. How do they have the full of his hair when nobody's seen him without a hat? They can't. There's no way. It's impossible. So why do they have some kid sitting there without a hat on his head? Like, well, I believe this is how his hair looked. They don't frickin' know. And again, man, it's like common sense. If nobody's seen that guy without his hat on, that looked a lot like this. In fact, let me go pull up the other one because it has the
picture you have with young looking dude.
This right here is the clothes that St. Louis Police Department. This is what they said right here. He had a hat on that looked like this, and this right here, and it said a Carhartt style. It didn't say it was a Carhartt. It said a Carhartt style right here, a blue Carhartt style work jacket. Okay. Now that's what he had on was this hat. That's what law enforcement said. That's what everybody seen him with was a hat, just like this one right here. Okay. Now, when we go back to that, how in the hell are they going to like pull a picture up of a guy that has like no hat on? Who's seen him without a hat on? No one. Nobody's seen him without a hat on. You know,
I think they're using your hat as a freaking prototype.
Well, you know what? I asked Sheriff Lesnby about that. I said, of all hats in the world, why did they give him my hat? And he's like, I don't know, man. Because I don't know. He goes, I can't tell you. He goes, it was a little unclear on the style of that kind of hat that he had on because the person wasn't looking at his hat. He was looking at his face, but it was a style of hat like that you see. Now, law enforcement came out and said, well, we're not exactly clear on the kind of hat exactly. It kind of looks like that one, but don't pay attention to the hat. Look at the facial details. That was on the first sketch. Look at the facial details that we're giving you. That's what we want you to concentrate on. Okay, well, I just did. I just did look at the facial details. Guess what? It looks like the guy I'm pointing at. A lot. In fact, St. Louis told Carroll County, man, this guy looks like your sketch. He was dressed like Bridge Guy. This guy had never broken the law. He had never had his fingerprints taken or DNA taken. We think this is your guy. And again, though, because they, one thing they didn't put in the paper is what they didn't want out. We matched his fingerprints right to your unknowns. This is his photo. Take it to the two people that seen him. Ask them if it's him. Is this the guy you seen? It is. Okay. Is this the guy you saw? It is. Okay. All right then. Well, right before Christmas of 2018, they sent their suspect DNA, Carroll County. You can look at it right in the interview right here on YouTube. Look up Tobe Lesenby interviews. And that was probably in January, I think, of 2019 when he did that interview. He said, we sent our suspect DNA off to Quantico right before Christmas. Now, that was Christmas of 2018. That's just about 1 month after the time he was arrested, when they could have got it back, could have got it set in CODIS, ready to be matched. They sent their suspect DNA off. Now, I can tell you right now that matched. I've already went through the criteria. I know this man matches everything. Now, other people, man, they'll look at this and go, please. The guy's head was shaved and he was gray. You're an idiot. Up yours, man. You know what? Hey, maybe you should look into crime for a minute and stop using your damn ignorant skull. Do what?
Hey, I'm looking at you right now on my TV, and I can go back probably 6 months ago. Your beard's not that white, bro.
Mine?
Yeah.
No, it was.
It's not. It's just.
It wasn't as long though. It gets a little longer with every show, like that much longer.
Right, but it's just wow. Now let me ask you a question, and I don't know this. And why did they put two people out there to hang and dry like that?
Do what?
Why did they put two people out there? And I don't know who did it. The local sheriff department or something like that, like a father and son. Why would they put them out there like that?
Nobody did. I mean, I don't know what it is that you're saying. If you're talking about a father and son, law enforcement never pointed at him. I mean,
with the second picture, and I'm just trying to be quiet about it because I just don't want to say.
Well, again, ask the question there because I'm a little lost.
Okay, well, the picture, the picture with the young boy on it. Why does he look like an Eagle Scout?
I don't know who that is. You're probably talking about somebody else that the public is talking about, but it's not law enforcement. Law enforcement has never came out and said, yeah, we believe that these people may have done it, because they know immediately the public's going to go on the attack. Law enforcement has never mentioned anybody's name. One person was brought up as a person of interest. That was Daniel Nations. The rest of them, that was public, man. That was public. Now, as soon as the public hears about a person of interest, everybody and their half brothers going to call in.
Okay.
You see where I'm at. So when people are pointing at a father and son, that's because these people are fucking idiots, dude. I'm just going to lay it out to you in an honest to God fact. They're idiots. So
I'm catching up to you, but I do know you say stay off Facebook. I don't do the Facebook thing, but
thank you.
That's probably where all that.
Yeah, it is.
Originated.
It is that and YouTube videos, and it's not everyone. I mean, look, there's people out there that got a lot of common sense, and I respect common sense more than anything on this earth, man. I like people that use common sense.
But man, there's people out there that will hop on anything and try to make something of it for like no reason at all. I've had people say, man, I owe Thomas Bruce and his lawyer turn around and sue you for defamation. I'm like, really? You hope that a guy that went into a Catholic supply store, sexually assaulted 3 women like that and shot one for not complying with him, you hope that that fucker takes me for $1 million. You know what? That's my fucking dream. And I hope that that person's right. I hope that he comes after me in a court of law, because believe me, I would make so much off of that, money-wise. And that's not my purpose here, is making money, but it's just like if the Delphi killer, the murderer, the real suspect is going to take me to court, yeah, I'll guarantee you right now, man, I'd make something off of that in a minute.
Because he has a public defender. What's that tell us?
Yeah, he's got a public defender. Yeah, you know what? Right now I'm showing Thomas Bruce, and this is when he was young. He was in the Navy. Right. And I'm showing the other photo right here of the young guy.
You look like a good-looking sailor there.
Yeah, well, you know, he was young, and there you go. Yeah. No,
I just mean...
Yeah, I'm with you.
You just don't put 2 and 2 together like that.
Yeah.
There's a picture there, you know. He's crazy.
Well, the guy is mad. Now, and you know what? I want to kind of take this step beyond that. When I'm looking at Evansdale, and that was done on 7/13, it was Friday the 13th. And quickly note that the date of both of these murders was the 13th. Now, he was a Christian pastor in Jackson County, Missouri.
We had this conversation last night.
Yes, well, I'm telling the audience, the dates of Evansdale and Delphi are reversible. All right. Now, I was talking to another friend of mine yesterday, another guy who thinks with common sense. I'll drop that hint. And he was talking about Moloch worship. Have you ever heard of that? Moloch?
No.
Back in the day, and this is Old Testament, God was talking about those who worship Moloch. Now, Moloch, they would take a baby, normally their baby, and they would throw that, and it was like a brass idol, so to speak, that they would build a fire in that had a metal bowl, and they would place their baby into that with the fire going, and while the baby was dying, screaming, they would make their prayers to Moloch. Okay, it was a very satanic kind of a worship that they was using. And God said, like, you know, woe be unto them that go into the forest and will worship Moloch. All right. Well, I asked him, I said, do you think that people still out there, like Joe Blows? I mean, not government, Joe Blow. Do you think there's anybody out there that's worshiping Moloch? He's like, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I do. Well, it kind of put into my mind, because this guy was a Christian pastor, but at that time, I can minimally point to 2 murders, 2 brutal murders that he had committed. Well, that ain't the work of a Christian pastor. And it really kind of, it put me to the thought that, well, not yesterday. I mean, it goes back before that, but I had thought about this going back a long time ago, that maybe one of the girls that was chosen, and it could have been any one of the 4 girls that could have been chosen, were virgin and could have been meant for sacrifice. You see where I'm at, being on the 13th. And that would kind of pull the sexual gravity out of it, that there was a sacrifice. Now, it could have been a virginal sacrifice, while what, you know, there could have been a lot of things running hand in hand there. But at the same time, because people say, well, you're talking about a 77-year-old, you're talking about a woman that's 56. Now you're talking about like kids. Well, why? What's the difference between, you know, what, you know, he wouldn't just go from one age to the other. It don't make any sense at all. Yeah, it does, because they're all women. They're all female, man. You know, and it's very much dependent upon what's, you know, he's doing each one for. Is it a sexual crime? Is it a sacrificial crime?
You know, or is he doing these things for a deity? You know, because I bring up Moloch for this reason. And again, I'm going to point to the letter to the editor. Let me pull that up real quick.
I could keep down a rabbit hole tonight.
Oh, no, I go down this every week, dude.
I know, it's like crap.
Damn it. Okay, hold on a second. Somewhere. Shit, man. Okay, I got to go back to pictures to find that, but I got it in here somewhere. You know what?
I can't believe it. A freaking, and I'm not that familiar with it. It's like a 2-bit public defender can stop somebody from getting a DNA sample.
Who stopped somebody from getting a DNA sample?
From a boy in jail right now.
From what jail? Jimmy?
Yeah, I'm here.
From what jail?
From, Jesus Christ. Don't get old. I lost my conversation right there.
Okay.
The guy's in jail right now.
Yeah, they got his DNA.
And you know he left that all over that little crime scene. It's like 2 and 2 equals 4.
Yeah. Okay, I'm with you.
But a public defender that's probably cannot afford his tuition is blocking it. Like you said, Daniel Nations wanted to say, hey, I just want to give my DNA, and his public defender says, nope. That's why I get lost at. It's like, holy hell.
Well, man, I'm trying to pull that up, and I don't even know where it's at now. Okay, well, apparently I can't find it. Fair enough. But anyway, in that letter that Thomas Bruce had sent to the editor, he was firstly speaking about abortion and how wrong it is to kill a baby. You know, I mean, you can call it a fetus if you like, but quite simply, taking its life is like murder. You know, he's talking about that. Then he goes on, and he's talking about how sad he believes it is that we can take a human life for a crime, even though it's horrific, but he does understand that there must be laws in place. Well, what if he wasn't a Christian pastor at all? What if he was working the other side of that coin the whole time? What if he was into Moloch? What if he was doing these sacrifices to Moloch? You see where I'm at? You know, what if the 2 girls that died in both cases were sacrificial, you know, to Moloch? Because he had lost the job 1 month before each of those crimes. 1 month before Evansdale, 1 month before Delphi, and he was not working. And again, that puts him right into the criteria. Anthony's in jail. Let's leave it at that. He's still in jail. Outside of that, how's he doing? Well, he's eating honey buns and drinking Tang. I can't really advise any further than that. This is Jimmy G. Say hi, Jimmy.
Hey.
Hey. Jimmy G.
Is that Anthony?
No. If somebody's asking how Anthony's doing, I don't know, man. It's my hope he's doing okay, but he can't call me. He can't call me collect.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I made sure that AT&T wasn't going to be throwing anything up on there. No additional charges. I said, if it goes 1 penny over what you say, 1 freaking penny, I'll own you, man. Trust me. It won't, man. Calm down, dude. Why do you get so angry? I said, you don't know the people I deal with.
You lost me on that. sometimes jail's a safe place.
Well, not while Corona's out there.
You know what? I was after I left the military police, and then I went to the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
First job after that, I was a correctional officer in the state of Pennsylvania.
You know what? Here's what's weird, man. Our senior drill sergeant Bush, man, he was a Marine that went Army.
Wow.
Yeah. And when I went out to Vegas, before I left Vegas, shortly before I left Vegas, probably about 2 months, I filled out the application to be a state corrections officer at Jean State Prison.
Okay.
I passed. I was expecting a call from them, but we ended up moving back to Indiana before that happened. And it was from Indiana. I'm like, and you know what? Peace, everyone. I'm out of here. I'm hitting the road later.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was like my first real job after I got out of the Marine Corps, which was, like I said, I did that through the reserves, my Army training. And it's like, you know what? I went to the Marine Corps, and when I got out, it's like the prison system. It's like, and me and my wife talk about that all the time. It's like, wow, I would not want to be a correctional officer right now, because at any given time.
Yep. Any given time.
Punch your time card.
Yep.
Who knows when you're going to get to punch out? They lock that person down in quarantine.
Yep.
You know what? You're stuck inside there.
You're there.
Because,
exactly.
Well,
you know what's good about it is this: the people that are in prison, okay, they have no way to come in contact with the coronavirus. You see where I'm at?
I don't, because it comes in every day through the secretaries, through correctional officers.
I'll give you that, but they're not in direct contact with people that may have it. Now, mail, yes, but you would assume that would be not necessarily quarantined. But if they raise the temperature up above 130, the virus dies. You know, it can't handle anything above, like, you know, actually in the 80s, I think it will start dying, but 130, man, it'll just like extinguish it. So I would think everything would be sanitized before it got to the prisoners, but county jails, that's different, because that's a constant coming and going of new people. You know, in prison, it's basically a already preset quarantine.
But with, you know, to say about a still correctional officer, I'm going out there. And when I did it, I was young. I'm out there hitting the club, doing whatever. You know, leading a full life. Mom, dad, you know, go home for dinner. Got to go to work. Put Long John Silver's on your way to work.
Yeah.
Go through, you know, just drop off all your metal gear, walk through, boom. You know, it doesn't matter about all that other crap that I did 24 hours before. I'm carrying it. But, like you said, it's very limited. You know, it's not like the state correctional office, you know, at Greaterford, that's where I worked at, out of Philadelphia. It's not like Target. You know, it's not like a smorgasbord. The same people come in and come out, but you'll get to go to Target.
Yeah. Well, right.
Right. Hey, Mike, I tell you what. Our boy's sitting in jail, correct?
The what?
Our boy's sitting in jail.
Greeno?
No. Yeah.
Oh, Thomas Bruce. Yeah.
Thomas Bruce.
Yep.
I guess here's the whole thing is because what really kills me is what they leave out, guys, down the hill. The big news was when it was just down the hill.
Yeah.
Then they released that extra word, guys, down the hill.
Yeah. Said in a higher tone. Want to point that out.
Yeah. I think you're all right about that.
Well, I did the voice comparison and the walk comparison. I even did the walk comparison. Hands in pockets, head down. Same frame as. was told by St. Louis. He was dressed like your guy. He looks like your guy, just like your guy. He'd never committed a crime before. You know, and people are like, man, dude, you're stupid. You're just stupid for believing this. You know that, don't you? People are talking behind your back, Cat. That's right. You, the king of Uganda. They're not treating you with royalty, of which you are the most deserving. They're not. They ain't. Mm-mm.
You know,
They're out here talking
that
bad
rabbit
about
hole.
you. And I don't righteously give a shit. Never did. People can talk to me as they may, but they shall not do that to my royal face. My royal face gets an attitude real fast. Very fast.
More on that girl.
This is how you salute the king. That means Les Royal. Les Royal. You say, hey, Les Royal, how you doing? Don't use your middle finger, though. King gets pissy about that shit. Real bad. Like, real bad.
Yeah.
He'll have a head for that, man. He's not cool with it.
But do you think there's way much more on that thing than Leslie and all those guys now?
No. No, in fact, like law enforcement, the FBI, state of Indiana, local, they know this case way more thoroughly than I, because their criteria outweighs mine. I mean,
Right.
like, I'm using the same criteria as the timeline. I'm using the same criteria as, well, was this man at work? Did he have a way? Yes. No, he was not at work. Yet, did he have a way? Yes, he did. But I mean, outside of that, they're working with further information than what I got. And I'm not cutting them out on this, because I've said from day one that, look, they knew it was him before I knew it was him. You see where I'm at? They knew it was him before I did, because it took me till December the 9th of 2018. And on December the 9th is when I said, yes, now I believe that this is the guy. I've seen enough to where I can say it looks good that he may be our guy. It really does. Now I'm starting to believe that, yeah, after looking everything over and finding no fault in this, now I'm starting to say, yeah, I have enough to where I can say this is most likely Bridge guy. But it started to build even after that to where I got to, yeah, now I can say it 100%. This your man, no doubt. That it's this guy right here. So.
And the creep in me is going to come out. I'm going to ask this. Do you think there's a lot more on that thing than we'll ever know?
A lot more on what thing?
On Liberty Stone.
Yeah, you know what? I can say this, and it depends on where she carried the phone. If it was in her waistband, then it would have got soaked, man, when they crossed the creek. But if it was in her top or an upper pocket, then it made it across the creek. And being on video record would have at least picked up the audio of everything that transpired thereafter. You see where I'm at? But if it was in her waistband or a lower pocket, then it would have got drenched crossing the creek and it would have died there. They still could have obtained the information back off of that after finding the phone.
But it ceased on moving forward.
Yeah, but you know what? It would have all the voice from the time that he walked up to him, abducted him, took him down that way, up the thing to the creek, minimally. If it was in an upper pocket, it would have picked up the actions after that. But again, you know what? It's when law enforcement says we have all the pieces to the puzzle except for one, who it is. Well, I know they're lying. I know that they know who it is. But I also as well know that they can't tell us who it is. If they came out and they said, hey, it's this guy down here, how do you know that? You know, I mean, their doors would be down for like 2 years. How do you know? DNA. Well, where did you get the DNA? Well, who confirmed that it was him? Well, you know, and it would be never-ending questions until they finally filed charges. And they know we can't do that. We cannot release this guy's name. It's bad enough that people right now already know who his name is. We can't tell them that. So what they do, they came out with the briefing and they applied, well, we're not worried about sketch 1 anymore. Yeah, that's old time. No, what we did is we went back to the original sketch of a guy with hair that's 18 to 40. Do you see where we're coming from? Because they wanted to change everything that we knew into something a little bit more iffy. And that's why they did it, because they didn't want you believing that it was Thomas Bruce. They didn't want you drawing strings like I have. You know, you start drawing lines between things, and a little bit of no time, you start coming up with answers. Now, I don't think that people go around doing that. I really don't. And I don't hold fault on people for that. I think that there are different minds. It's just like if you took a musical genius, well, yeah, he's a musical genius. Well, how are you at deducing crime? What? I don't know anything. Why would you even ask me that? Well, you're a genius. Well, I'm a genius over here. I don't know anything about that. It's just like me. Well, can I paint a house? Maybe. You know, can I draw like Picasso? God, no. That ain't me, man. I don't know anything about that. And I think that it takes certain people that can do certain things and look at certain things and make those connections. I don't think that that's everyone. I don't think that people, you know, in day-to-day life actually have to contend with that or do that. But it's like when I'm making those connections and people are calling out like, well, that's stupid. You can clearly see the guy was bald and gray. Oh, yeah. And I can also look at his courtroom photos and show you where his hair's growing out, where it's dark on the sides. And his hair was not cut at that time. So, huh?
It took them, we're working on 3 years, 4 years now.
4 years. 4 years this coming February.
Yeah. And now it's time when they said, we're shifting gears.
No, we're changing direction. It was a new direction. That was the name of it.
New direction.
A new direction. And I'm like, okay, what's the new direction? You're not telling us anything new. I mean, they gave us the video, but at that time, see, I'd already talked to a neighbor of Thomas Bruce down there. She was a neighbor. She was on the news down there after he was arrested. That's how I got her name. And I contacted her. And she's like, why are you contacting me? I'm like, well, hang on, wait a minute. You was a neighbor of Thomas Bruce's, was you not? Yes, I was. And again, why are you contacting me? Well, I'll tell you why. Because, you see, I do have some evidence that kind of puts him maybe into Delphi. So I wanted to show you this and see if you could tell me whether you believe that it is Thomas Bruce or is not. And she was acted very upset by that. And she told me, yeah, I hope that he didn't commit those murders down here. I said, well, look, man, it looks like he committed a lot more than that. And with that in mind, that's why I'm asking you this. And she told me this. These were her words. I could go like take the thing off that, but I'm not going to give people her name. You know, but she said, I'll tell you the same thing I told the FBI when they showed me that. I don't know if that's him or not. I can't tell. Well, I think everybody that looked at that video said the same thing. I don't know. You can't see the guy's face. I can't tell. So they knew that, okay, we can release that. And there isn't anybody that's going to say, yes, that's Thomas Bruce. Because even the people that know Thomas Bruce said the same thing. I can't see his face and I don't know.
And I'm trying to put my own thing together here, but when they said I say shifting gears, but correct me again.
New direction.
A new direction.
Yeah, and Doug Carter came out and... Go ahead. Go ahead.
They put information out there. We're going in a new direction. Obviously they're putting some out there. We're going in a new direction.
Yeah, but what?
The old direction.
But what direction did they go? They gave us a video that we had already asked for. Like right after the murders, we knew it was taken from video. And we said, well, rather than using pictures, why don't you give us that video minus audio? That step and a half that he's taken. Just give us that video. It'd be clearer. Well, that's something that we might do if this don't pan out. But again, I think at that time they was looking at somebody local. They was looking for somebody local. They thought, okay, when they said that there was like this signature stuff there, you know, and that, hey man, we got video of the guy, we got audio of the guy, we got, you know, we got a lot going on here. They thought that as soon as we release this, there's going to be our phone call like that. It's good, you know, we'll have this guy as soon as we release that. Well, man, that was out there for over 2 years and like 2 months before they finally came out and gave us that video. But even the video, they knew, well, couldn't nobody tell it was him. So we will release that video. But we're going to tell them something different. We're going to say, now we have the feeling that this guy is 18 to 40 years of age. He lived, or had lived in the Delphi area or worked there. And he knew the trails pretty well. Now, with that right there, in telling people that, and that was the honest truth. And again, people look at me and they say, well, law enforcement wouldn't lie. Well, they're not lying. They're not lying. They're giving you the information that they had up front. That's what they was looking at. Okay. So they hadn't went down and talked to him. So their investigation into him is not complete. They're not going to release what it is that they know, what is in their investigation. They're not going to do that. Okay. So the investigation isn't complete. And what they're releasing was old information that they had, that they knew at that time was wrong information, but their investigation not being complete, they will release that to us because they now know that that is most likely wrong, but we can't say that. So it's not that they were out there lying. They just weren't telling us the truth. It was no different than the first year press conference. We went out to Colorado and we sat down and had a long talk with Daniel Nations. I'm like, that's bullshit. They're lying. They never went to Colorado and talked to Daniel Nations. They had to extradite him back to Indiana to Johnson County before they could talk to him. They did that 1 week before the first year press conference. So they're not above stretching the truth. They're not above kind of making things seem one way when they're really another, because they're covering their ass. They're covering their backside. They want this guy. So do I. So does everybody watching this video. They want this guy behind bars facing what he did. And that's what's going to happen. But they can't do that by telling you everything. If they go out and tell you everything, which is what I'm doing, just pointing that out, that I'm telling you what's really going on, it's different. I'm not law enforcement. A person can take my word for it or they can deny my word for it, and it don't matter to me. It don't matter to me unless they start getting mouthy on my chat, and when they start becoming that way, I ban them. I get rid of them. I send them down the road, and I say, hey, if you don't like my channel or me or my content or what I'm saying, what the smart thing to do is go fucking elsewhere. Don't bring it to my attention. I'll ban you. I'll send you on like a little punk bitch. Well,
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You're an average dude just like me. Has your life changed? I mean, are you feeling like going to your local Pizza Hut and having one too many beers and pulling out?
No, I don't drink. I'm an alcoholic, man. I got like 20 years behind me sober.
Nice. But I guess you know what I'm saying there. It's like,
no, I don't. Look, local law enforcement. Local law enforcement has no reason to detain me. I wouldn't get mouthy with a cop, not for any reason. I mean, they would have to give me a reason for me to say, yeah, you know what, you can't do that, dude. I mean, I know law better than that. And actually, you can't.
More than the average Jeff.
No, not at all. I look, man, there's people out there that law enforcement want. There's people out there that say things or do things that law enforcement's really after. Law enforcement knows I'm not breaking the law by doing what I'm doing. In fact, if they felt it, if they was watching my videos and said, we don't want this guy to release any more information, man, would you just go have a talk with him and say, hey, dude, really serious, if you could lay off those videos for a time, you know, and please quit telling people what it is that you're telling them,
I would get on here and I'd say, well, you know what? I'm changing what it is that I'm doing for a while because I've totally covered this Delphi case to every angle ever. And there's no sense in me repeating myself. I'll leave it exactly where I'm at. And, you know, everything would transpire as I had already said it would. And people would go, that dude nailed it. But the simple point is if I get on here and I say, well, that's it, man. I ain't doing no more live shows. I ain't even going through it anymore. I'm going to move on with my life and I'm going to go be the king of Uganda. People would shit themselves because I wouldn't have a weekly live show. But again, all I'm doing when I get on here every single week, every single Tuesday is repeating what I repeated already. And, you know, that is not what I'm trying to do. I don't want to sit here and just repeat myself. All the time, it's a repeat of what I've already said 100 times over in other videos. That's where it starts to get old. Now, I am making regular videos, and I got a dude I'm working with, man, that I'm going to be editing his videos. Those should be fantastic. So, you know what? I'm going to put it down here in the box. Let me see.
Okay. Like, I hate to hog up your time like this. Just like, you kidding me?
No, go ahead, man. You're on the phone. Knock it out of the park. Go to icons because that guy, he's got common sense. I will be editing.
I even had this conversation, and I'll bring his name up again. It's Bruno, but
okay.
Dude, I mean, he says I had a face-to-face with Tobias. It's like, you know what? If I had a face-to-face with my county sheriff, like, dude, I'd like really. Yeah, I'm like looking in my rearview mirror.
One more time, what?
Just the way we put in the microphone into the law enforcement's face.
Yeah.
It's like, and there's no repercussion in the way, is there?
No. Well, I mean, I did a interview, actually a couple interviews with Tobe Lesenby. The one he said, well, no video cameras in the station. I mean, I don't want you videotaping it, but you can ask the questions and I'll answer. Okay, cool enough, you know, and we discussed them.
You must live in a different county than I do because I don't think that's acceptable where I live.
Well, yeah, but again, I mean, like if I call him, I would ask him if this is an interview, okay? Okay. And, you know, they will do that. Now, if I call and I do an interview or I walk up to them and they're on the street and I say, would it be okay to ask you a couple of questions? They know that, you know, we got the video camera, that it is an interview. And they're not unhappy. I mean, I've never had one say, no, I will not answer any question from you. Because I normally try to keep it within an atmosphere of what law enforcement can or may not be able to talk about, depending. But normally I know up front what it is they can answer and what they can't. They can't answer on anything that is deeply involved in their investigation. Now, if it's a question that hasn't been asked, and it would be very hard to come up with a question that has not been asked to law enforcement at this time. And again, it depends on the nature of the question as to whether they could or could not answer on it.
I guess that's because you live in a really small county.
Well, Howard County is bigger than Carroll County. I mean, hell, Kokomo has a bigger population than all of Carroll County. Probably twice, 3 times the size of Carroll County. And that's just one city in Howard County. You know, this is it's a bigger county. It's not like Indianapolis or Chicago or anything like that, but it's a bigger county. But if you're looking at a county and the county seat has a population of 3,500 people, 3,500 people, you know what, man? There's more than that in one block in Chicago. You see what I mean? It's like
that's a high school football game in some place.
Yeah, man, that's a little county. That's a little bitty county. And again, I mean, when I was looking back at that today, and Robert Ives, the prosecutor, you know, he was talking about that. He's like, well,
He goes, quite simply, man, he goes, for a town this size, this don't really happen. You know, this is not something that we're familiar with. And that was the unusualness of it, you know, is that, yeah, man, this happened. He said in a bigger city, this thing happens. But in Carroll County, yeah, we are not familiar with this because we've never come up against this. And that's when he was also talking about the signatures left behind. He's like, well, we got good evidence, but we can't discuss the nature of that evidence. And that was at the crime scene. Well, anything and everything at the crime scene. And I don't like it when people like tell me like, well, look, man, I heard that. And I'm like, I don't care what you heard. I don't give a rat's behind what you heard. Whatever you heard was not from law enforcement. I assure you it was not. And that person was probably just blowing shit up your ass because they don't know. You know, so unless you're talking to somebody that was there at the crime scene, that's seen it all and is speaking out of turn and telling you things you're not supposed to know, you know what? You don't know shit about what happened at that crime. And nor do I. And I'm not entertaining the fact that I do. I said I know who did it. And that I stand on at 100%. Hang on, let me put that down in a better way there. There you go. At 100%. Thank you. The king. Hang on. The king. The king said. Yeah, go ahead.
Mama just come home, so I gotta get off the phone.
All right. Well, thanks for calling, Jimmy.
You're welcome.
We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah.
Peace. All right. Well, I have been on here for 2 hours and 20 minutes. It's the normal run of things. I did start this video 2 hours early. So if you are watching this live, skip right through the first 2 hours. I started roughly right before 4 o'clock. That way, when I went live, it would already have 2 hours live. But this right here behind me, the green screen said will be, you know, it will start at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So that's when I wanted people to show up. Now, I discussed Ronald Logan, and I'm sorry if there was any confusion because it said Ronald Logan, but that was the topic matter. If it was an interview with him, it would have said Ronald Logan will be joining me live at 6 p.m. now. You know, I mean, I would have passed that around. So I would like to thank everybody for being here. Everybody that viewed. My phone caller, 2, might have been 3, unless he called back. So I thank you guys. I think the new mods, I don't know what happened to my other mod. I think she got upset because she sent me a link to a video. And I said, don't ever send me a link to a video, man. I do not enjoy that. And I really don't give a shit what they say. Look, man, the masked man, what's his name? Something the loser. I don't give a shit, man. The guy's a coward. He didn't fucking call me. And he's on there fucking like stating United States slave law. This is United States slave law. You think I'm lying? Well, apparently the guy's too ignorant to understand what the fuck I was saying. And I want to be very clear. He was not even close to what it was that I was really saying. That's my response. The guy's a coward. The guy's a fucking loser. I don't give 2 shits or a giggle about anything he said. I don't give a flying lay royale about anything he's got to say. There that is. Nor her. I don't give a shit what she has to say. She sent my friend off, man, to jail. Second time, probably to prison. Okay. And he's taking her word over mine. And, oh, please delete that video. It hurt her feelings. Okay. Well, I'll hold on to your affidavit, you know. I'll hold on to that for you. That way it don't get lost, pal. I don't give a shit what they say. Don't pretend like I do. I don't. It's the last thing that crosses my mind. Is anything that they say, well, good. They can sit right down there and fucking jack their jaws. I don't give a shit. I don't care. It does not affect me in my house. It does not affect my life at all. They will not come up my driveway and knock on my door and say, dude, step out here. That's where somebody would catch a baseball bat. That's exactly where that would apply. Minimally a baseball bat. Dude, you need to step out here because I'm going to kick your ass. Hold on a minute. Let me grab my bat. All right, let's get busy. But aside of that,
They're cowards. They're ignorant. They're dumbasses. They're ignorant as shit. And I still don't give a flying Le Royale. So thanks everybody for being here. I will be back next Tuesday, but before then, I do expect to have a video out. I would like to make a regular video, and I'm going to be working for Icons, making editing his videos. So with that, I bid everybody a fair dooski. And if, and only if, provided that you can, and only that you can send my channel money right there at that PayPal link. Right there. And with that, peace, everybody. I will catch you next Tuesday.